Hello everybody, welcome in to my Saturday afternoon stream of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Hello, welcome in everybody. Camera's a little bit crooked, should be better. I am sorry for the missing sound, unfortunately. Yeah, I seem to have had the wrong sound channel on the video, and that then yeah, I do apologize for that, but welcome in everybody, and welcome in Mark, Stingerman, and Thraig, and of course everybody else who is already here an hour earlier than my usual stream. But I do welcome you all in, and I hope that all of you so far had a fantastic Saturday and can be looking forward to a great continuation of said Saturday. I am sorry to hear about your issues. I am not exactly sure what the trouble is, but depending on what system you have bought it, there may be... They won't send you the Steam card codes with a picture. So you have to wait until... you can fetch the cards, something like that. Am I interpreting that correctly? That being said, let me see if I can hook in properly. And it does look fine. So we're in burner at the moment because we stopped here. I can understand the frustration slightly, but there is also... I am also of the opinion that that patience is a good thing to learn. I do not agree with that sentiment. I can understand frustration, I can understand impatience, but you do have some control over that, and while it may not necessarily be easy, it is also a choice. It can also be, it is not always that easy, but it can also be a choice to, to let it become an issue. Nobody of you is probably going to believe that, but I used to be quite impatient and prone to outbursts of anger, and I did manage to rein that in quite significantly, I think. So while it does seem unbelievable, I do know what I'm talking about in this case, and I can understand how you feel, but it is also a choice to let it control you. Not saying that you are necessarily wrong to feel annoyed or frustrated, but you don't need that emotion to control you. Yes. indeed, that is not necessarily easy then to do. And that is also why I'm saying you don't need to let it control you, because that is what is happening. It's not necessarily easy and you have to learn to do it, but it is something you can and should learn. And boredom, in a way, is also, while not necessarily a comfortable thing, I find that it is a good thing to refresh. And yeah, I'm not sure how exactly I can express it. And honestly, maybe that is betraying my age a little bit. I can imagine worse things than sitting down with a hot tea or coffee and just enjoying to watch the world go by for a little bit. That is not to say that I disregard your emotions on that, but it is not. Yeah, not exactly sure. To a degree, I do understand what you mean, but keep keep in the shade, maybe have a fan. Again, I'm not dismissing how you feel and what you're going through, but maybe take it as a point. Do you want to let it? Do you want to be this angry? Do you want to make it have it make you angrier and angrier, or do you want to learn to control it, so to say? Yeah, the Reich is actually right with that. Because, well, I am not exactly aware of how it works, but the basics of it is, one, you're hydrating. Two, your body is not experiencing a temperature shock, and it allows the body to keep the core temperature while giving off heat to the exterior. And if you drink cold, then your body core temperature drops, and that reflectively tells your body that you need to retain heat, and thus you become hotter. So while I'm not saying drink water that has been cooked by the sun for a little bit, room temperature or shade temperature water is a good idea to drink. I can open a lobby. We were talking so much, I was not 100% sure if somebody wanted to join me, but I can open one. Here we go. Yeah, there is something to that. Whoops, I do need to put, come on, the code off. No, I had a look where the shop near us doesn't sell Lady Grey. I'm looking out a little bit further. There are some specialty shops, but I haven't had the opportunity to go yet. And the window I am trying to find has hidden itself well. There we go. Okay, G5, that is going to be some effort. Yeah, absolutely, don't worry about that. Yeah, no, I don't find the silence weird. I am thinking. So that if I can't find some, I'll let you know. I was thinking of how and how I want to put it and how much I want to say about this. I don't think it is necessarily a lack of experienced kindness that is here. And I'm not saying, look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying everything, but I have experience, and I also had times when I got bullied at school. Some of those memories are I worked through them, let's put it like that. But to a degree I made the decision that I never want to be like that, and that the world is a better place if everybody can learn to be kind. And that is what I am trying to do, rather than taking those bad experiences and keeping hold of the pain. I've let go. It is not necessarily something simple to do, but rather than adding more pain to the world. And yes, that was a decision. I've decided not to, and try to remove as much as possible, and add kindness and at the same time. That may mean that I am too nice on occasions, I've been told. But I'd rather not add unnecessary pain. Sometimes you do need to tell somebody that there is a line and they crossed it, and that might cause pain to the other person, but that is not then my problem anymore. Shard and courtesies should be able to be carved. I'm not sure about the drop rates. Oh yeah, smoke bombs would be a very good idea here. Traps are not going to be working, and flash bombs through the smoke will get the attention of everybody else as well. Yeah, but I think I've said all that I can say on that. At one point, you will need to make a decision whether how you want to interact with the world in that regard. But now I do want to focus on these. Oh. Well. Let's go. So, first Hellblade. Let's try to charge up Spirit Gauge. No sound for the switch. Thank you for letting me know. Does like this work better? $40 and 16%, so the shards are good. The courtesies are less. Ah, that's okay. And thank you for confirming that it works now. Starting an hour early led to quite a lot of scuff today. Okay, first charge, yes. Okay, we're good. Smoke bomb wise yet. I think it's after 5 minutes we start to keep it up. We need to start to keep it up. So far, so good, and it's cool how the black part of the tail just disappears into the smoke here. It may not have the same fidelity as the later games, but it is looking great. Good crack. Should have prepped for that. Then again, though, oh, too far off. That's another good explosion. Okay. I do need to keep, or I want to keep it for a minute. Good morning, how are you? I hope you are good. I hope that you had a good Saturday so far, Tira, and that you are looking forward to a good Saturday. And no idea why Glavenus here is immediately joining the fray, probably because he got hit by Hellblade attacks, something like that. Well, it is even earlier than usual for you. Okay. This is going to be a little bit harder then. I was hoping that I could evade that. bad. Yep, that's a cart. Nothing I could have done there. Yeah, and I'm going through it. There's really nothing I could have done. With both of them on me, and there is no saying I should have had my positioning was off or something like that. With how I got to that, there's not much I could have done. And now both of them back on me. Much better situation though. Glavinos came back over. Okay, I'm quite happy about that. Okay, I do need to heal this up. Whoops. Okay. That is good. That saves me a mega potion. Just for me to immediately run into something else here. Hellblight, you need to come out of there. Towards me? No. So far. Ouch. We're getting there. Okay, we're... bloody hell. I do not have any powders left. Okay, Hellblade is down. I'll see if I can't occupy the normal Glavinus. You can try and carve Hellblade in the meantime. But do keep an eye on Glavinus here. It was risky, but it worked out. He's coming towards you. And remember, in multiplayer, be more careful with the backswings. I don't mind them too much, especially if it throws me in the correct direction for a mount. All I can do is try. Jojo, hello, welcome in. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good Saturday and can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Saturday. In this case, we're not going to be able to cap any of them, since the area doesn't allow us to put them down, but so far looking good. Oh, I can see how that would be much nicer. Yeah, it cooled down here also a little bit. And it is much nicer. Still warm, but not overly anymore as it had been the days before. Nice mount. I do. Okay, now I don't have a choice. Okay. Nicely timed. Do you know the pattern, or do you need to start at 0 there? If I would, to be fair, need to start crocheting at 0. It's not something I have any skill with. You have the pattern. Procrastination can be hard to beat, and I don't have the best advice there. Maybe, and I don't know if it is, maybe now is a good idea to at least start partially, like start, not yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you have everything, maybe, and you do have the time for, maybe now is a good moment to just start a little bit, and then I don't know. I don't have any good stuff for there. Yeah, then if you also have some time now, maybe it's not a bad idea to sit down and start the pattern. Okay, second Hellblade for us. Okay, one thing for this one at least, we are not going to be interrupted again. I thought I should have been able to evade that. Explosion of its tail makes that distance from the radius, it's not a circle, go much longer. Okay. Although I do want to get the spirit gauge up again. That implied upgrade of sharpness is quite valuable. I haven't looked in the details. I know that in Freedom Unite it is an actual upgrade to sharpness. So much so that a purple... a purple longsword with a full spirit gauge is able to cut through basically everything. Okay. That could have been ugly. Luckily, I got that timing correct. And I'm not talking as much as usual, but I do not want to fetch another card here. Okay. Half a hit is still half a hit. And even though he doesn't have a long sword, it does feel like we're pitting Sakura slashes against Sakura slashes. That distance is also unfortunate. I hope you got some shards and courtesies from the carve. I fainted once. No, I only fainted once. I had to use a max potion in the beginning because I had forgotten to eat. So I can only have fainted once. Not sure exactly how that went. Let me have a look at something. Seriously, not sure what happened. That does make it my turn now, though. Well, I think we'll be staying with Hellblade for the moment. But I haven't unlocked G5 yet, so next unlock we go to. Calling upon my provision division again, and this time I will be remembering. That's what I had in mind as well. Is there anything special saying about the explaining that you only have 2 cards or something? I don't know. But in the last quest I fainted once. Let me have a look. What does the guild card say? I fainted twice, but that cannot be. Why did I faint twice at the same time? Oh, at the end we both fainted. Okay, that is the one. It's the one thing that would make the most sense. That we fainted both at the same time there. Because I only remember one card. So if I had fainted together with you there, that would explain it, yeah. And hello, welcome in the Rift Wizard. I hope you are having a fantastic Saturday and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Welcome in. Make yourself comfortable and I hope you're going to be enjoying the stream. Did you get the crown for Shagaru Magala? Congratulations on that. And I just realized that I forgot to do something. Or if I did it, I didn't do it quite correctly. Now though, that should work. I don't mind quickly you switching to the cat quickly. I did want to bring traps. Unsure if I had prepped them or not, but now I do have them. This one should be a lot less troublesome, but it's good to be prepared. What do you mean you just got it almost now? Are you fighting against the small one and he is limping, or... How do you mean that, wizard? Well, since you're also here, I don't mind finishing this up. Just finishing the quest before you join in. Well... I personally enjoy Shagaru quite a bit. I hope you do too. Come on. So, we'll be catching this one, we'll be slaying the other one just to speed this up a little bit. I do very much know that even half a year ago would have been like, now we're going to kill both, but in a multiple monster quest it can just be so nice to capture... Ouch. With my reflex there, nothing I could have done. Annoying little lizard. Okay. Being unsure what game you're exactly playing, I don't know what you mean with the ticket. If you mean a deviant ticket. Oh, the Commendation G. Oh, I see, yeah. Should have brought dung bombs. I don't quite remember where you can get the Commendation G from, but I'm pretty sure Kiraniko does know. Yeah, I see the trap. Okay, last quests on the village and hub. And again, yeah. Guessed as much. It doesn't... Okay. That is finally him flying into the trap. I do hope that you can get the commendation you need quickly. In general, yeah, I had just forgotten where you can get them from, which isn't a big issue since I do not currently need them. But okay, come on, you. Okay, that's not. There are my supplies over there. Okay, Hellblade is moving on. Gives me a little bit of a break here, even though I did catch another tail. I don't mind waiting. Thank you. So high rank Valstrax, Narkakos, Shagaru. So you have a good selection when you want some commendation G. I am probably full on stacked, i.e. my one stack of commendation G that I have is probably full. Especially since I did also play the base game quite a lot, being limited to high rank in that case. Okay. That is unfortunate, but fair. It's another trap. not going to be enjoying that. Better positioned, or rather further positioned. I'll be sharpening and ready to move on. Ah. You are not... I'll come over to you. The issue with these things is always that guiding him there is not the most clean. Yeah, ouch. And I am fainting again. I don't have any luck with Hellblade today, it feels like. Well, your choice of quest. I'm not sure exactly why my rhythm feels good, but I somehow always get that moment. It is not. But sometimes you have those days, and all I can do is try and work through them. Whoops. I do need to dive on this one. There we are. Again, no idea why it feels good. And at the end, I may be off by just a little bit but with how I'm usually playing, that accounts for a lot going wrong. Then, let me see. Well done steaks. I can fill up. And I'll have a look if I can't fill up the raw meat, at least to the single stack. I had forgotten that I wanted to check how often raw meats are available. Currently not. Let me check after the next quest. Let us have a look what we are. Bloodbath and Seregios. Don't need to worry about... Don't need to worry about the element in particular. Okay. Let's go like this. At the end, it was thinking too grandly, which distracted me, which might have distracted me. If it's so complicated to say during a stream whether you are distracted by something, because I do try to multitask during the stream anyway. So yeah. What I also am a little bit unhappy about is that usually if something goes wrong, I have a good idea why. What I did wrong in these two cases, or in the cases of at the moment, it much more feels like that it should have worked out, but it didn't. Oh well. Let's paint the big one here. Okay. What the... I should have had more than enough life to get that hit. How much life did I have? Should have been at 80% health. Oh well. Yeah, but scratches do a lot of damage. Too early? Yeah, should have had more than enough life. Okay. Okay, that didn't feel good. Okay, when I really fully concentrate, it works out, if not great. Okay. Didn't catch that timing at all. Okay. Okay. Not sure how that exactly worked. Yeah, he's going to throw me off. Okay, what are you doing? If you keep wrangling with him, I'll come to help you. If not, we'll continue on to here. Okay. Cerejos is coming over immediately. That is not... Look, I can't say that I really understand that. Did both of them get dung bombed? That's a question now. Bloody hell, yeah, of course. No idea why. Well, usually that's my experience. I can roll through the second proc of the throne scale from Seregios. Okay. Thank you. I'm not going into the entrance there. I'm either going to be kicked out or trapped against the wall with my luck today. Bloody hell. Saw that tail swipe coming but couldn't evade. And I just had a glance at the clock. We spend so much more time than I thought on these. Okay. I don't know about dung bombing the monster that just switched. And we'll have both of them at the same time? Okay, at least not. At least that not. No luck there. I'm not sure he's going to go into this easily. Yeah, it's so at the edge here that he's in, but we couldn't really profit from it. It's worse. And Steve is coming over again. Okay. Finally getting up to red again. Happy for the flinches. I do need to heal, but I'm not getting the opportunity. There is an opportunity. That's not the best of opportunities since angry. That's not good. And at least not going boom. Okay. I think I'll take a nap here. Or I'm not going to have enough mega potions for the entirety. Okay. Luckily, that turned out manageable. Although I am curious. Yeah, as I expected. Okay, I'll try to be more careful still. Bloody hell. That's another boom. For some reason, I haven't really gotten used to its bulk yet. I was feeling quite certain that I'd be hitting the tail there, and for a normal Diablos I would have. But Bloodbath is just too big. Not a good area. I'm just jumping all the time instead of rolling, which is a catastrophe. What hit me there? Bloody bastards. Today, really not my day. Oof. I see where I went for that last one, though. I was trying to. Let me have a look at something. I did feel like we went to catch. I think that's not a bad idea. That would be Gunlands. Let's have a look. I was correct not to write it down as upgraded. But I did have the tickets. So that is 4. Then it would be Charge Blade. And that is another 4. Yeah, as I said, I think that's a good idea. But I'm just having a quick look at where I stand on the lower end. So there's one more Dread Queen. Dread King, sorry, and one more Hellblade here. I think we'll be going for that one. Quite a lot easier than the ones we've been fighting so far. But I am in need of tickets, and I do think something more comfortable is not a bad idea at the moment. He is annoying, not terrible at the levels we're talking about, but he is annoying. Yeah, I'll grant you that. This one should be a comparable piece of cake, though. And if we card this one, it's going to be bad. Arthur, hello, welcome in. Yes, there are 2 more spots open. We just went on to a quest, so... But you are welcome to join us after we come back. Well, that comes to the same. What I want to do but with every weapon and every armor from the Deviants. So Dread King is a necessity, and I do not want it to languish too much in... Come on. I do need to know when we can cap you, because it's a capture quest. So my next quest after this is going to be Dread King capture. Seriously? Fine damage-wise, but... I'm really not... doing my evasion very well in this one as well. Blech. Omega, hello, welcome in. And... Omega and Arthur, I may have said it for you, Arthur, already, but I hope that the both of you are having a good Saturday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Saturdays to come. I should have everything for the capture. I don't, of course I don't. Why should everything go fine? Basically means we need to finish the sub-quest before capping. Yeah, looking back at that, that was terrible. Let me see if Gendrum has moved on. Since that's our quickest to the capture supplies. Okay, should have painted you. I usually do not listen to music on stream. I do have an idea what the question... why the question came up. You mean due to these, and then the other others on top. One are necessary for the sound from the Switch, and the other are the PC sounds. The audio on the capture card is delayed enough that makes playing very hard. So I do want the direct feed, but also
now following.
Hearing the sound effects also that should be playing, I did check they should be playing, makes the stream more comfortable. And Arthur, thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. As I said, we're going to be finishing this quest up. Okay. I'll be fetching the supplies. And then we can take care of Glovinus here. Luckily, we did have the sub-quest here. I have completed one. I have completed Snow Baron. The other, I have quite a few others unlocked, not yet done, mainly because I do want to beat them, like get the tick solo the first time around. Which also means that Snow Baron has been done solo. But with everything going on, I have not found the time to sit down and grind them out. Oh, I don't doubt that you can do that. But I am, as I said, the first time I do want it to be done. I want to do them solo myself. Is because of Batman by Disturbed. He's not capable yet, Mark. And I did check, I do have the correct amulet to see that. And you do know that the time they stay in the trap diminishes. Okay, I'll have to check, but I know the group Disturbed, I think. They have done a cover of Sound of Silence I really like. If I am not mistaken. Okay. I did try other styles with the longsword here, but it is... Adept very much goes into how I normally play the longsword in the evasive style. And has been such a fit that I don't really enjoy any of the other longsword styles. And yeah, I have been playing the longsword ever since it released in Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. For most styles, yeah, I'm a noob. That is not wrong. Of course, I'm going to slay the monster in a capture quest. Of course, and that is going to happen today. Of course. I'm always very nervous about that. And of course, today I'm getting into a rhythm and don't think about it anymore. Of course, we did do Genprey just to get the... Oh, a style snob. I am sorry. I so misread that. And yeah, it must have been blinking. I didn't register to me. Okay. It is a private lobby. The information should be pinned on top of chat. Yeah, I am, because that would have been a nice scythe. So yeah, this is my longsword collection compared to the rest. And how many longswords I've been using compared to the rest. And basically all my guild cards throughout all the Monster Hunter games that have a longsword look like this. You don't see it. Let me have a look. Okay, there it is. I had posted it. Did it pop up now? I have a very silly question. If I hide it for myself, does it disappear for everybody? Or... oh, that might reset the manual pin. Like the unpin... don't unpin until... ooh, okay. That explains why it kept disappearing. I have to say I'm going to be annoyed with... I'm annoyed with Twitch on that one. Hide for yourself should not do it like that. So, Arthur, you should be able to come in. And Mark, it is your turn to select a quest. And I do guess, I will guess that Gookie is you, Arthur. Welcome in. That's layered armor. But a nice... looking good, looking good. Okay, let's switch back to this one. Then I don't need to worry about the... except that I didn't manage to get... to be successful on a single hunt yet, because we killed... because we killed that Glavenus there, which I should have seen, and I didn't pay attention and all of that, and yeah, absolutely my fault. I am doing good. Thank you very much, Omega. Thank you very much, Snake. That being said, yeah, that is something I do want to bring for Dread King, and that is a few flash bombs. Oh, I think I'm going to be taking a listen to it. Since it is the group I was thinking about, I really enjoyed their interpretation of some songs, but especially Sound of Silence. So I will be giving them a listen. I'm guessing that Badman is their new song. And again, I will take a listen after stream. Okay. Let's not confuse our locations here. And I did go correct. First order of business. Break one of the wings. The newest song is called I Will Not Break. I'm happy for those tail and leg hits. I don't think the feet count as a separate hitbox. And a little bit of poison. This level, it's not too big of a deal. Thank you. Did we hit each other, or did we hit Rathalos there? Okay. It's not yet a wing break, but it will allow us to get one. Let's see, yeah. Didn't need to worry too badly there. Maybe it also gets me... Okay. That was a surprise, if a welcome one. That's a double crack. I'm guessing head and or wing and the tail. Yeah. Not really a happy Rathalos. But I will be taking the spoils. And I will be keeping my sharpness at maximum. Bloody hell. Or not. Oh, that's one way to capture. A way I usually don't do. I do one trank, trap, trank. But about 2 hours in, I did start, so for my regular viewers, I did start an hour early. 2 hours in, finally, first successful quest of the day. Ooh. Not been going too well so far. Let's hope that this is the turnaround point. Well, if I have used up all my bad luck so far, let's hope that it turns around. You decided not to get the longsword, but upgrade this one. That is fair. And Arthur, it is your turn for a quest. To select a quest, basically. Why are words so hard today? Probably the same reason I'm having trouble with other stuff. Yeah, I don't need the level 1 tickets anymore. Just checked. And I'll be... apparently not the only tickets I had, because they are at least not immediately visible to me there. Shagaru Maga. Yeah, let me keep this weapon. I do prefer to fight him usually with others, but this is going to be fine. Doesn't really matter what I take. Because there's no elemental danger from him. And you are hoping for a crown, if I do remember that correctly. And this is your main account. You got 2 more. I only have a main account. I very rarely even start another save file. My hunter also has quite a lot of history, seeing that she is originally from, well, very originally from Kokoto. I didn't play Monster Hunter Freedom 1 that much, so I feel much more as a poke hunter, and that is how I usually call myself. And then she moved about the world, helping out and fighting a ton of monsters. And yeah, ever since Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, she has been only using longswords basically. Because I do have some variation here, and I'm getting a few more weapons in, but compared to my longsword use, it is pretty insignificant. My hunter, well, a lot of my characters have lore. You may have realized that already. My elite character has a lot of lore, well, lore not written down by Frontier, but personal lore. My hunter has lore. What else? What other games in that style where story is more of a background and becomes a long series? Not getting anything. I do think those two games are the main types of where it felt very easy to write myself a lot of lore. But yeah, those two characters do have a lot of lore attached to them. Not going to claim it's very deep lore. On points probably it is, but it felt, for Monster Hunter especially, it felt very nice to have some sort of continuity between the games, and that is how that came. Well, it was half a joke, because when we got for Ultimate, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, we were making the joke that we're traveling between the caravan and Poke quite a lot, because we were still playing Freedom Unite also, and then that developed into a lot more lore, a lot more slightly too early into background for the characters. Well, my character and my brothers want to be precise. We did hunt very a lot together and developed some of that lore together as well. As for my elite character, I am not going to go back all the way to Jameson, but due to him having been a pilot before, no, due to how FTL travel worked before the FSD drive. My character has been born about 150 years ago, elite time, but due to year-long travel in stasis, that is not something that, especially new pilots nowadays, realize that. Yeah, that my character is a lot older and a lot more experienced than it might appear, because that is one of the nice things about the FSD drive, that you do not need to spend a lot of time in suspended animation anymore. But before, that was an absolute necessity. Partially, and having worked himself up to the position of Archduke, also has access to quite a lot of medicine in that regard, but the main reason for the age is the fact that it's a lot of time spent in suspended animations, getting the ship from A to B. Okay, I do need to heal this up. He has put a bit more damage in than I was hoping for. So, one example that comes to mind in Elite Dangerous is Torval, who is 131, something about, but as she did not do a lot of space travel, she had to resort to medicine to get that old. So, a suspended animation basically means that while the character's birth date is about 150 years ago, having spent years and years in the ships, that is time the body did not experience time normally. Finally. I do need to sharpen though. But I also finally felt like I'm really getting into a good rhythm. There we go. Shagaru Magala down. I will take my cards. I hope to find the tail and to get the drop over there. An old dragon treasure, nice, and there is the tail. And as for my hunter, it's basically a long journey around the world for her. Again, really getting into being an outstanding hunter. No, that's actually not the way I should put it. Becoming an exceptional hunter in Poke, and then taking those skills first over to Valhabra, basically because the village chief told her we don't have anything for a hunter of your qualities, and we do need to... we still do need to get more stuff done. Or you still need to get more stuff done, rather. Sending me over to Valhabra to find... actually more of as a pit stop on the way to somewhere else, but I met the Caravaneer, she met the Caravaneer and all of that, and that is how that then became something. And then the Caravaneer sent me on to the Waikarami as a request when they were looking for somebody, and it's small things, but in general I do find it enjoyable to have this continuity for the hunter, because as a player you do have a feeling of continuity, because, well, it is you, and that is why I do sometimes make the joke that I do feel complainy that the guild itself is not allowing me to bring my equipment over from one assignment to the next. Okay. We already messed it up once. Of course. If that had been a stronger one, ouch, that would have smarted. Okay. Was probably a counter from Arthur, tossing him about here. Not necessarily, in that the tail exploded, so I am keeping an eye on the dot. It'd be very shameful if I missed it twice here. Okay. Have fun. I hope it goes well for you, and I hope that RNG is kind to you. Ooh. Okay. Probably because of the size of the turn that I got hit there. Okay, he is not yet blinking. There we go. Are we putting down a trap? He is capable. Hop. Okay. That is... One, I didn't care much about it because this time I did have my trap, and two, if you decide to do the sub-quest while the other part of your party goes to hunt the main target, you cannot really complain if they finish before you. Especially with a cart in the middle. You wouldn't have gotten a bird wyvern gem here. It's too low. It was too low rank anyways. And if you do need something, you need to take that into account for your quests. I'd rather next time you come along for the main target than trying to finish up the sub-quest. Well, on other people's quest, if you do go on your own, that's something else. You got a bird wyvern gem? It's only high rank material? I thought that was G rank material. That is Hellblade, Switch Axe 4. Let's see, do you also go over there then? Okay, that's a large bird wyvern gem. Okay, fair enough. I thought the bird wyvern gem was high rank already. One second, I'll be right there. So I do still need for the switch axe, but I have charge blade and gun lance up, as well as the heavy. No, sorry, light bow gun and bow. Infernal Solution and Dread Bow. Okay. It's not quite going to give me the ticket I need, unfortunately. Will be you want me to bring out the bow? Well, I haven't eaten yet, so fair enough. And the cutoff point is when I go into standby for a quest. So fair enough. Bow. Not going to be looking into some other stuff too much. Not sure what you mean with medic. Okay, I haven't eaten yet. Let me do that. Fire would be good, but I do think that I'll be bringing like this. Luckily, it does show me which I can use here. I just wish they would do that. Some paint coatings, fair, and that's it. It is still 3, so that's good. I have eaten. Yeah. Probably forgetting half an item selection for bow, but I am not really using bows much currently. And seriously, I did bring paint coatings, but I feel much more like I'd want to use paintballs still. I am on my way to our first target. Okay. Let's hammer that in, though. Okay. Ian has landed. Ah, that's a little bit of ouch here. Thank you. Just trying to find a good spot to heal. And all that running around depleted my stamina more. Anytime I switch to something where the stamina use is not as liberal, then the longsword very often forget the additional needs. And also my whoops, okay. I'll have a long journey back now. Not exactly sure how that happened. But as always, I don't mind carts. Okay. You know what? Sploosh. Let's mark her down. Rathalos over here. I'll trust Arthur on that. Very nice. And I am coming in, I'm immediately getting eaten. That's not an issue. That's not a big issue at least though. There we are. I hate Bullfango. I hate Bullfango. I don't know what you are trying to do exactly. I'm taking a guess that you mean what rarity armor you should start. Okay. That came a little further than I was expecting. Not fully charged. Yep, and weapons. Very nice. Yes, flashed as he is, it's going to take a while. You don't have all that much, if I remember correctly. Do you have normal Rathian already? I know you have the Dread Queen. Maybe you would want to make the normal Rathian's armor as well. That would be rank 2. You have the Valkyrie, okay. And the issue with the traps where it is that... Bloody hell. Did not land in the trap. That is an option. I'm expecting him to fly back to the top. Okay, apparently not. Apparently he is making a bit of a wider... Yeah, bow I am not 100% comfortable with. Luckily, he is not going to do much there. I'd rather you had let me get out and killed him. Or killed him. I would not want him to fly away, especially if he is capable now. Although I do doubt that to a degree. Oh, bloody hell, they are so heavy they don't really fly anywhere. And yeah, maybe starting from rank 1 is not a bad idea. You'll be creating and selling a lot of those, though. The box by far is not big enough to hold. Bloody hell. Where is my stamina gone? Very often I don't even notice my stamina dropping to this point. And honestly, even something like dual blades is fine once you have done the primary grind into the demon mode. But here I do notice it very badly. Oh, and we're getting a visit from Rathian here as well. Okay, Rathalos finally weakened. Yeah, I'm not doing a ton of damage with the bow. Probably also playing all wrong. Didn't have the chance to make the armor recommended to me by Raven yet. I don't need much. But I'm happy to take what I can get from him. Pretty clearly, yes, you did. Come on. Sure. I hope that whatever you need to do is not going to be too unpleasant. Slightly too close. Ah. Okay, I'm not unhappy with that hit. Why? Why, Mark? I'd much rather you help us out hunting Rathian. Yeah, but we're here to hunt Rathian, not to really cook. You do know that you can prepare that beforehand. That there is a way that you can get raw meat and then have it cooked. Ran out of stamina. I was hoping to hold that until I could aim. I'm guessing this way. I'm not sure why you think that is especially funny. That happens very regularly. As you may have noticed, I usually don't go for captures. Actually, I prefer not going for captures because it's, as we may have noticed, a big pain for me. We did manage to kill that one Glavenus we should have caught. And some more level 3 tickets, not bad. Allows me to, once I get my level 2s, to push that quite a bit more than just only one step. Okay. I'll be switching back to my comfortable longsword. And Arthur, your turn to select a weapon. Well, I'm not going to be switching back to the longsword. The current one does allow me to take anything. Any weapon and remain. And keep fast charge. Yeah, I can't. I won't be able to see the monster's status if it is capable or not, but I do have fast charge. All in all, quite nice. Yeah, it is a very big kitchen knife. Very usable, though, I have to say. Diablos. Nice. Okay. I will be remembering to take a few more things here, namely sonic bombs. Doesn't much matter what I need for elemental defense. I have the bombs, they are going to be coming in handy, and I think that's all I really need to bring extra. Unless you want to capture Arthur, in that case you do need to let me know. For I usually do not capture. Break horns. Yeah. I will then focus on the horns first and tail second. Okay, trying to switch mentally to the Valor style. Luckily, I have not played very much Adept Greatsword, so that should be fine. And I'm not sure Absolutely. We can fill up the hub. No worry. And I'm somehow guessing, although I may be wrong, it may be a disconnect, but I do think that Mark may not be able to play with us anymore. No trouble. Okay. Since I haven't heard from Mark, aka Monster Hunter Master, in chat, I am not sure what exactly is going on. But I don't mind waiting a little bit. Let me come out of standby though, until he has joined. So for all new viewers, I did showcase my guild card a little bit already. And again, this is the only real save file I have here, with a terrifying bias, some would say. Still a few here, but I don't really mind. I don't really sit down to grind all of this. And the only one from here I am missing is basically Dread King, the arena tokens, if I remember correctly, and the small golden crown. Although I am still a little bit disappointed that they did take out the silver crowns for the smaller monsters and only kept the silver crowns for large monsters. I personally haven't gone through this part of my guild card for quite a while. Which is to say that I am surprised on how many of some of the monsters I have hunted in the meantime. It is not something I really take a huge amount of effort to keep in mind and keep track of. But it does make me wonder what is my most hunted monster at the moment. Hermitog is not bad, although currently still nicely beaten by Rathian. I'm taking all the subspecies together, so for Azuros that would be 259 Huns in total. I do understand why they split it, but I do consider subspecies of a monster to be basically the same as the monster. So that makes 160 Lagombi Huns. 198 Hamitau Huns, but from this, well, it's actually a lot closer. No worries. But he is welcome either tomorrow more or less the same time. I'll start an hour later and I'll end an hour later. So rather than 12 to 17 o'clock, it's more going to be 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime, and for and instead of 6 to 11, it's going to be 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. If you're from a different time zone, you will have to adjust that yourself. So that is 255. No. No, Azeroth. I killed more Azeroth than Rathian at the moment. Narga, I'm happy to see it has also collected quite a mountain of bodies. More Zinogre than I was expecting. Do I still have about everything? Yeah, I should have. No. One thing I do want to check. Hadn't reserved a drop here. Okay. I seriously need to keep more of an eye on that. I was seriously surprised that I have so many kills. And if you think about it in detail, I did do quite a lot of hunting and quite a lot of deviants, so that their count has risen should not be a surprise. Okay, that was probably not a head. And the main thing I need to switch in my head is that I'm not supposed to evade, but put my weapon away. Are you bloody angry? Oh, with the hybrids. Yeah. Hard to say. Thank you. Oh, that one misjudgment there did a lot of damage. Okay. Slow enough to not be angry. That should have done some damage here. Angry. Okay, let me just pick up my supply drop. Okay, that was another good one onto the horn. Like to be able to pick up something here. And that runoff does allow me to. Quick jaunt over and through this cold cave, and then we're back in the warmer parts. Luckily, I don't need to worry about the heat here. Kushala does take care of that for me. That is something I am less pleased to see. Welcome in, Rocky. I guess that you're also in the stream, so welcome in there as well. I do hope you're having... Oh, your friend, okay. I do hope that you are having a fantastic Saturday and can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Saturday as well. Watch. Come on. Of course, I'm getting a face full of tail. Yeah, I can't roll through that screen no matter how hard I try. Another good tail hit. Well, we do want the horns first. So I'd rather... Not going to work out, is it? Nope. Oh! It did calm down. That was a wing. Okay. That was a good hit. Diablos horns with a greatsword is a little bit. It feels harder than with the longsword, but that more than likely is my lack of comfort here. With this specific setup. Valor ran out. Do have a Moonbreaker. So another chance to get a lot of part damage on. Especially if we could trap him in the sand, or her in the sand again. Not angry. There we go. No chance of getting her out or him out. And I'm able to mount. Again, I do seem that I do not mount cleanly after tossing them down today, but I mount after running back. It's an experience for me more reminiscent of and hey, that last one also took the tail off. Very nice. Still a good hit. Not quite as direct as I was hoping. Damn it, I should have done the big jump. angry, definitely. Okay. Not happy to see that teleport, but... okay, that was the best way to deal with that. Another flight here. But before chasing properly, I will have a steak. And I do also think that I want to sharpen the sword. It held out pretty well. But I also do want to... very chargy at the moment. Some more damage here. Should not have gone charging. Thank you. Okay. Some reason I'm able to evade without Adept quite a lot of things that I feel should have hit. Okay. Horns broken. I think everything... Can you break the wings? I don't think that you can break Diablos's wings, so I think we have broken everything that can be broken. And I do hope that you're getting the horns that you need. It is for a bow. Yeah, that is fair enough. And I do hope you've gotten what you need. Okay, nice. Rocky, it is your turn to select a quest. I don't have... There we go. I am not using the in-game text very often. But unless there's another request coming in, I can switch back to the longsword now. Let's take this one ahead, and I'll quickly rearrange this. Looking better. Yeah. And I do have my own old system there. Oh yeah. He's going to be fun. What do we have? Water is down here. I currently play every weekend. And currently every weekend is mainly Generations Ultimate. I am open for other games, and I sometimes start in either Freedom or 4U because there's a specific monster I do want to hunt at that day. But in general... Oh yeah, it's Plesioth. He is up here. In general, currently I'm here and I'm trying to basically to get all the Deviant weapons and armor done, and I'm pretty good. Yeah. I don't mind. Honk. And Tira, I am happy to hear that you had a great nap, or sleep continuation more, I do believe. And yeah, happy to hear that you are hopefully now well rested. There we go. Chomp. I don't... Oh, you serious? I can't evade in the middle of that hop. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And that is a flopping fish. And there we go. GG, well played. I'll have a look if I can. What exactly? Oh, you're aiming at us. Don't have a GG, do I? No uniques, so nothing important. Okay. Unless somebody else has joined, it's going to be my turn. Let me have a quick look where we're at. One more. Why did I go here? I don't need to change anything. I could, but I don't need to. Thank you very much. I'll be accepting it immediately after stream. Well, yeah, I'll be accepting it after stream. I don't want to show my menu too much on stream. I hope you understand. No, I need traps. That is another rather easy one, but I do need a few more tickets here of this one. That means wing breaks and then flash to death. Well, no, flash to capture. Disregard what I said about death. We need him alive, and I hope that I personally can hold myself back enough, because I do have capture Gudai, so I should be able to do so. Thank you for the dash juices. I do have a double stack already. It's just not something I usually use, especially not when I'm hunting with a longsword. It's not something that really comes up, that I reach the end of my stamina. Especially not in adept style, because I can just evade and coast on the boost I'm getting from that. And that allows me to be very efficient with my stamina, and even if that is not the case with how I usually spec my longsword skills, I have very few issues with stamina management. I'm not sure what you mean with breakpoint. Again, I do come from Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, Longsword. But for me, the Longsword is not anything you can... you need a lot of stamina to swing. Oh, okay. The guard with the Vala guard. Yeah, as that is not how I play, it is not something that is coming up for me very often. Okay, that was a wing hit. It's the other wing, unfortunately. But then again, I do not care which wing breaks first. I did forget to take into account that he is taking distance after that. And we have an interloper. Although I don't think that one would be a very happy one here. I do see wings cracked here, too far away. Nice. That's a good tail crack. I did not arrive there expect a fireball in the face. I am keeping an eye on the dot. Okay, tail is off. He needs to be captured. There we go. Well done, everybody. That was very, very efficient. Do, 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 do. Firebrand, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday and that you can be, or a lovely Saturday so far, and that you can be looking forward to more of a great Saturday for you. 59 degrees. That is quite cool. I do hope that means that you can use your PS4 and that it's not going to have errors, and that you can enjoy a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. The last few days you couldn't play because of the heat, so I hope that it is going to be working out for you now. It's the Switch Axe, which still needs this particular ticket. And then one more. Let's do it like this. Absolutely. Drag, I hope that whatever you need to do is going to be a pleasant one. It is going to be something pleasant. That makes a lot more sense. So, Firebrand, I don't think you just had... I'm a bit off with who selected what quest. All I do know that it is not mine currently, and I do think that it's Firebrand you who hadn't selected a quest yet, so... But everybody do let me know if I have made a mistake here. And you just woke up? That can always... They can always take a while before you then become properly awake. Ooh, actually very nice. With Red Helm, it doesn't matter what I am eating against. Not so much value here. Yeah, you re-woke up. You were here at the very beginning of stream. Some blue milk. I'd be guessing the Star Wars blue milk. And you enjoyed a Lunchable. I am happy to hear that you enjoyed your breakfast. Oh yeah, I do remember that we had already the talk that I do think that vanilla taste being blue is a little bit weird for me. poor Zinogre here is getting taken apart by basically everybody here. Even Redhelm has decided that he does not enjoy Zinogre and is going to be hitting on him. No, that came across completely wrong. It's hitting him. Hitting on him has a completely different meaning. But then again, I do not consider myself the expert of monster interactions, so maybe punching the hell out of another monster is, for Redhelm's, a courtship signal. I'd rather expect that it is not. At least it is not between male and female. Two males are probably going to be fighting over the female. And I do just realize that I did hit you all about a little bit too much. Especially longsword, I try not to be too much of a nuisance. Well, especially longsword, as if I am playing a million other weapons. I am very much exclusively, and the small excursions I'm currently doing don't really count because of just how much more I use the longsword compared to everything else. Okay, I'm expecting the poor guy to not be very healthy anymore. Okay, nice. And very nice. Well played, everybody. Okay. Happy for the tickets. I have an immediate need for one for my bow, and then I still need one more either for the switch axe or the heavy bowgun later, but those are still quite a bit behind. So well, for my part, I was happy to help you out with it. I'm just going through the list here. So I am currently trying to complete the all of the weapons and the armors of all of the deviants. But when I started it out, I decided that maybe some of the weapons that I was less... that I am generally less interested in, I should be keeping aside. And then I played a little bit of Charge Blade, and I decided that, yeah, no, the Gunlance, Charge Blade, and Switch Axe should be included as well. That if people want me to switch to them, that I do have those as well. It's not... Didn't feel great to say, well, I don't like to play those, so I don't have any of them. So much better like this. I need 10. Huh? Doesn't really matter now, does it? You're actually up at the time because the Champions League is at 8 AM. Aren't Champions League games generally in the afternoon, at least locally? So... Eastern Daylight Time as a time zone for you? That's an upgrade to 10, very nice. Arsenal versus PSG. Arsenal I've heard of, PSG doesn't tell me anything. And it is currently your turn, if I remember correctly, Arthur. I don't follow football very much. It's fine, like everybody is allowed to like what they like. You would know that much better than me. Not only, well, I'm not the most interested in football, but it is the British Cup or the Premier Cup is also not the cup I would be following. Okay. So I do trust. I trust you to know their statistics much better than I do. Yeah. Missing from that explanation, I orphaned another sentence, as I tend to do. If I were to be following a league, it would be the German Liga, because that is simply because that's what I'm much closer to and what I would have followed as a child. But I do not have a huge interest, so I do get some snippets here and there, and I watch a game or two if there's nothing else really going in the background, but fair enough. And you have some amazing national teams, at least. Again, you probably have some very strong leagues as well, but as far as I am aware, for most intents and purposes, the European leagues are, from what I do know and from what I remember, to be the stronger leagues. Again, no slight. The European leagues are usually more well supplied money-wise, and as such, for really good players, it makes more sense to try and come over. Especially since there are a lot of leagues and a lot of clubs in Europe. Nice para here. Sorry for swiping all of you. I was expecting a Ludroth to keep me from swinging that far by basically running into him. Yeah. And I'm pretty certain the poor guy is not going to be feeling very comfortable here. Okay. Oh, the shiny disappeared. No wonder I couldn't pick it up, but I will be taking the tail carve. Trap and Trank, I'm guessing. Do-do-do. Somebody went flying. So again, we're very well done, everybody. This was a very clean Ludroth. I do have some dash extract I could give you if that is the basis. Not sure. Well, can you exchange dash extract now that I think about it? Energy drink, the dash juices. Are you dash extract? I can't. I'm a bit over my double stack. I do want to keep for normal. That I keep for normal. That I normally keep. Let's put it like that. And no, we're not going to sort. Rocky, your turn. I do need to make that a phrase. Although no, phrases don't work like quite like that. Nurse Skilla. A monster I haven't hunted quite as many times as I maybe would have wanted to. Well, I can always add to the number, but it's a monster I do enjoy. Although, again, it has been a while. As far as I do remember immediately, they do not have anything especially important, neither normally nor during the hyper state, that you would use for that you need for a lot of other arms and armor as well. That cracked the back. There's a ton of shinies here. And Nerscylla is not dealing very well here with all of our attention. Of course, I am rolling too far. Okay, poor guy doesn't feel very well anymore. Doesn't want to stay. Why? It thinks that if it lets them down, itself down here, it's going to have a chance to survive. I am not exactly aware of, but that is Nerscylla down. Okay, and as the round is going, I could be up next. Let me have a look. All of the 12 basic deviants are now at least, with everything at level 2. So I could start from the top, or I could take one I enjoy fighting. Neither is going to be too hard. And due to previous efforts, it's looking quite a few, only a few hunts for everybody. So I'll be going with Silverwind. I'll be coming in a double. Again, I do not need to worry too much. Yeah. I did manage to make, so last weekend, I think it was last weekend, I modified my my sheet to display to me how many I am currently still missing. So how many have I gotten, how many do I still need? Yeah, should be right there. I hope that... Very nice. Yeah, poor guy doesn't know what hits him. Just happy for the scratch. Unless I do need something specific broken. I should not keep my Sakura Slashes for too long. Due to my positioning, it feels like I did not get the chance. If I can get one more hit in, my Sakura Slash will be fully charged. Don't need much of the material, but having it is good and allows me not to worry about how much I have of everything. When doing the upgrades, I can just power through it. Well, so far they are taking their time. The Palico's finally went ahead and removed the old one. Was a good chance for him to get into the trap. I do feel a little slighted that he managed to push me away there, even though he did get into the trap. He did step into the trap, rather. There we go. My sharpness slipped a little further than I wanted. Okay, I do see my mistake. I had forgotten to sharpen up in between. Taking a quick look at the clock. We are about 40 minutes out from today's end of stream, so we still have a few quests, especially if they are going by as quickly as they currently are. Okay, not sure. That looked like it was thrown. Could also have come from the bowgun, though. Let me see. Copy. There we go. Level 3 tickets. Only 2 of those are usable for my current melding projects. And that would be now Firebrand, your turn again to select the quest. Okay, let's do it like this then. Excel can be much more annoying than it needs to be. That is going to be a fun one, although they're not at the same time, are they? Not necessarily. I would want maybe some dragon resistance. Okay, I definitely don't have anything without any okay, not finding the words currently, sorry, without any strings attached, that's what I wanted to say. I do consider unlucky or I'm not sure about the second name. I do consider those... Where am... Okay. don't mind doing Red Helm first. So I'm on my way to support Rocky. But it's good to know where the bastard is currently at. Okay, come on, timing. Okay, and I roll right into that. Of course. Although here we go, and looking fine. There we go. Damn it, had that been a little bit later, I could have charged that up as well. Okay, I was pretty sure I had rolled out there more or less correctly. Okay, and there comes the I hope he has turned his walk around completely. And so much for Red Helm. I was hoping for a large wyvern here. Sushi fish is not really something I would need a ton of. Do, 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 do. That is unfortunate. Guy decided that he did want to continue his tour of the deserted islands. Oops. Thank you. He doesn't want to stand still. Guy is getting angry again. Well, at least he had the decency to just maul me and not try to peel me out of my armor. Okay, luckily I did not interrupt that charge. Making a big show here. I don't think this Devilio will really survive our onslaught. Yeah, no real chance. Sat down a big bomb, although we already could confirm his death quite a bit. You watched some cutscenes in Final Fantasy XIV for fun? Well, the only necessary thing to ask is, did you have fun watching those cutscenes, Tira? If you did, which I very much hope, and which I very much think, then it's good. And if not, why? What happened? What changed? But yeah, you did enjoy them, so very happy. Yeah, Devilio can absolutely be a menace. I am decently happy with how it went for me. One of the things I always forget to bring and then use, because I had them this time, is dung bombs when he's trying to eat me, and adamant seeds for when he slobbered all over me. But he is now carved apart and taken for raw resources, so this particular Devilio is not going to be posing any trouble anymore. Okay, Firebrand has left. Absolutely no worries. I will be playing some more tomorrow, playing an hour late. Well, starting an hour later and ending an hour later, so if you want to come along tomorrow, I'd be happy to have you. Taking a look here, Red Helm has given me a few things here. Well, I'm going to quickly switch out my equipment, for I have an idea. And this is one of the few where I really should save it at this point. Reg Azuros and 2 Red Helm indeed, yes. The Azuros and Red Helm can be together. The last Red Helm you will be fighting alone. Stonefist 13 actually. Let's do it like this. Aerial hammer for the crab, and then we'll Zeno go first, depending on what is first found. And then we'll be punching the face in of Zenoga. So, both are going to be getting a rather uncomfortable wake-up call. Yep, I'm on my way. Well, you don't need to push me out to Hermitor. I would much prefer to be fighting you, Zinogre, at the moment. One after the other. That was a good hit on the head. Okay, he did not enjoy that, but in addition, I'm riding him now. And I'm slipping through the entrance behind him again. I'm used to it. I can use something here. I hope it's not too hot. It wasn't too hot to play. But if you do need a break, then do take a break. Yeah, okay, that was stupid. I am happy to hear that. Okay. Okay, I'm getting my supply drop here. But we will be killing Zinogre first. Yeah. I'm not sure how comfortable your living room accommodations are. But if you are sleepy and you prefer to sleep in or rest in your bed, then that is a good idea to do, of course. And that is the first, that's one half. In this case, the first half is over. And now all we need to do is to teach Stonefist a lesson here. I'm sorry to hear that it's not all that comfy. So I can doubly understand the want to rest comfortably. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I am on top of the poor bastard. There we go. Okay, I'm now starting to not be able to hit through properly anymore. And I actually really should go sharpen my hammer. Okay. Didn't have much I could be hitting there at the end. I was hoping to sharpen. For some reason I seem to have been unsuccessful in that. Okay, I'd say 1 or 2 more quests depending on length. And depending on how quickly we can prepare for it. And then it's going to be the end of today's stream. And I did find another mob shroom. Not that I need them, but good to have. I really do want to try Stonefist EX with the hammer.
Is now following.
So might be doing that one of these times in the beginning of stream, that I am just going to be fighting him solo for an hour or so and then opening up for multiplayer. Let's see. I will not forget the friend request. And thank you, Arthur, for joining me on the quests today. And Nemo Bueno, hello, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. I hope that you're having a fantastic Saturday. and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation for your Saturday as well. So after me, it would be your turn, Arthur, if you do leave. It's Rocky's turn. But if you still have a quest, you are free to post it. Again, I still have time for 1 or 2 more quests. Depending, unfortunately, I cannot, as I usually do, go over time a little bit. So, maybe not everybody will have a chance to have another quest done today, unfortunately. But again, you are all welcome for more hunting tomorrow. Okay, let me just bring this, then I don't need to think too much. Okay, I hope it goes quick. And yeah, that is going to be then the last quest for today. Unless we all cart very quickly, which I don't hope. Let's maximize our chances. It will be fun. I'm just thinking, am I missing something? Oh yeah, there's something I can bring. Or I think I can bring. I'm not sure how him getting stuck works here. Okay, I do not need cool drinks. Thank you. Okay, no idea. Oh, that's the stone that came flying out. Okay, so that does work. good to know. Getting scratched by a quick tail there. Okay, ouch. Not much I could have done there. I do apologize for the cart, though. I do need some more here. Okay. Really did not see that tail coming. Bloody hell. Okay, that saved me probably. So no matter how angry we can get Bloodbath out. Ooh. I'm not looking very healthy either. No, and I do need this. Well done. I didn't bring any flash bombs because I hadn't thought about using this to do that. And that's the tail. Ooh, bloody hell. I thought I could take at least something there. And a normal charge I should have stood behind. At least that's what I feel like. Well, that is unfortunately that. I seriously felt that I could charge there without risking much damage should he charge. But I was wrong. And yeah, no, that is absolutely no issue. I had a lot of fun trying this. Unfortunately, it has to be my last quest for today. So thank you everybody who joined me in my hunts today. And yeah, I'll quickly go over my schedule, during which time if you do have a suggestion for a target to raid out to, please let me know, and then I'll be saying goodbye properly for the end of the stream. So, schedule, weekends, as always, is Monster Hunter, so tomorrow I'll be continuing from here on. Time is going to be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Same for the next weekend from 13, so next Saturday, Sunday from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. And hello, Fury, I am so sorry. Usually there'd be still an hour for me to go, but unfortunately today I need to end early, so I started earlier as well, and I am sorry that it is that you are then this late today. So yeah, Monster Hunter probably starting in GU unless I have a request, or unless I do feel I want to hunt a particular monster not available in GU. And under the week, looking normal, so Monday and Friday I'll be continuing with Persona 3 Portable. I am very close to the end if you don't know the story. I very much suggest that you either watch my stream or another playthrough from the beginning. It is a fantastic game and you shouldn't spoiler yourself for it, and unfortunately in where I am is already very spoiler-tastic. But I will be finishing it up despite the spoilers, and that is going to be Monday and Friday from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. And then for my last stream of the week on Thursday, I'm playing more StarCraft Brood War. I do have the idea of maybe interweaving ladder with campaign, because the ladder does take a lot of energy and the campaign takes less, so maybe I can recover there. I'll try it out and then see how that goes. But that will be Thursday from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 9 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, and that's it for the schedule. Reminder, maybe you also hear it for the first time, that I am preparing my my summer event that will be starting on the 22nd of June, running 3 weeks, sorry, and maybe I'll be adding a few days, because with what I am planning, the 3 weeks just barely don't fit. Unlike with the winter event, I will keep playing Monster Hunter on Sundays. I will be needing the Saturday for the event, or I won't be able to finish it at all. There, I also do plan on publishing a schedule rather soon. Yeah, and if and when I do publish it, you can find it in the Discord and on my X Twitter. I am still so used to calling it Twitter. So yeah, I don't see any suggestions for a raid target in chat, so let me go through. Well, there's basically 2 targets I would want to raid out to. I'm not sure if he wasn't streaming last time, but I'm going to hope that Jal is going to be streaming again tomorrow. Or should I be raiding out to him and hope that Snake is going to be streaming again tomorrow? Both are still starting their streams. Yeah, we're a bit early, especially since usually we end an hour later. But I do think that for today, I'll be leaving you with Jal Bagel. If you don't know him, he is a speedrunner and he's preparing for Summer Games Done Quick, where I do think he's going to be showcasing Monster Hunter Wilds Storyless, which is a special category where you can skip some of the more boring parts. But so I do hope that you're going to be enjoying his prep, and as always with raids, please be nice and please be kind. That brings us to the end of our stream today. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Thank you very much for playing. Thank you very much for watching. It is very much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope to see all of you again sometime soon. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we can go on a few more hunts tomorrow. But until then, all I'm asking for you to have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, please. And until next time, goodbye.